Alrighty then. Looking good, and I am running on time for once. That is a miracle. Well, kind of hoping to start a little bit early, but it's fine. I gotta get my fan. Alrighty. So, howdy, folks, and welcome on back to the Flying T-Bar C. So, it is time for us to be diving back into Straturday, the segment where I fuck around and find out with RPG game. We're gonna be diving into Disgaea 4 again today. Um, I did the last of the current amount of grind that there is. And I did a bunch of equipment switching around stuff in order to, try to get some uh basically kind of try to get a final team, quote unquote, good to go. So yeah, that's gonna be working on. Uh well, I did that off stream. So we are going to getting into some more how the hell do we're gonna be diving into the post game. We're gonna keep going until we hit a wall. At this point, as far as the grind goes, the only way for people to get stronger is to either do Kara World stuff or start reincarnating characters and boosting them up to the max level again, and then just boom, 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 and keep uh reincarnating characters. So we're gonna see how far we can make it, and just keep on keeping on with it right now. Of course, though, before we get on into the game, as always, folks, if you guys enjoy my streams, you enjoy my content, hell, maybe you just enjoy my dulcet tones. Check out all the other socials, which are YouTube, TikTok, Twitter, Blue Sky, Ko-Fi, and Throne. YouTube and TikTok are where you guys can find archive, shorts, highlights, etc. Twitter, Blue Sky, or any all stream. Ko-Fi and Throne is support outside the stream, but please make sure you're taking care of yourself before you try taking. That is all I ask of you. So with that, what do you guys say we go ahead and we get on into some Disgaea 4? Big buttons. Button. That button. I think I need to well, honestly, what I probably need to do is I just need to go get a new microphone. Maybe one of those ones that's on an arm so that I can just set it where it needs to go. Oh shit, I just realized I forgot to switch that part over. There we go. Okay, so to show off everything that I did, um, we went ahead and so the main team, because you can have 10 units, is basically turned into Tyrant Velvetores, Rutiel, Emizel, Stella, because these two will pair off with each other pretty good. But there's a very strong shooter character. Artina is going to be used more as a healer. Nisa has some really strong abilities. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have Overlord Pereira. for potential magic change stuff, as well as she's just very strong. Adele, because it's Adele, and why the hell not? And we do have Pram on there too, but I might switch her out with someone else. But we have everybody, because honestly, main hero B is also fucking strong, so I might end up using him more. But as you can see, we got everybody up to max level currently. Do need to double check some stuff. So they have Prideful Comrade, which I probably need the number of adjacent characters in the campaign HQ times 20% stat increase. So I'm gonna do some rearranging there. Let's put that on there. No, rather do this. Increases attack of elemental attack by 30% of intelligence. I like this one better. Hers, a catapult. I'd rather do that one. Increases attack, but HL becomes 0. Yeah, we'll do that. Number of flat characters. This when healed, stats increase based off of this. That might turn into something that's really good. She's got all of this, which is pretty solid. Fist range up versus this. I would probably rather do this. Which again, this will also stack on Stella's stuff. So, yeah. Go double check mana really quick. See what skills we can potentially boost. One, two, three, four, five, six. Oh, that's gonna take up most of her mana. I probably need to grab some more mana on Imweasel, but he's good enough for now. So I mostly use her special skills. I don't actually use her spells very much. Oh, I gotta do some upgrading for Plenaire. Let's start with the more expensive ability. That'll be fine. Nisa, I need to do a lot more. There we go there. Apparently I need to get some more mana on Plenaire. Or Pereire, I mean. Focus his fire skills. All of his big shit is already good. Raspberry. I think that's about it. That's a heal. I discovered that the hard way when I was grinding. But that would be a good skill to master out on that one. You know what? Let's research him a little bit more. Abilities. Increases attack by 30% to those. That in an unlosing mode. That increase by 50% when activated. Yeah, we'll invest in him a little bit. He might be a good freaking, what do you want to call it? I feel like he'll be a good backup. Go check this out really quick. How many points do I still have? I did not do any item world stuff. But we still have enough to be able to get 10 more weapons if need be. Or some better armor stuff. Or I could get some more Exoduses. So. Alright, let's go give this a try, shall we? So, we were on the Asagi map. Die. Oh wait, whoops, I forgot to do something. Hold up. Now let's double check some ability stuff here. Campaign.
Here Desco goes, big sis.
Okay. Not that. Play some evil symbols. Increases movement, but only in a straight line. Increases stats by 10% when a cabinet member is placed. Okay, that could be really useful. The dual magic change me. Let's go ahead and throw this on there. say put it right here. Do is now turn that Iron Velvetores. I'm gonna put you here. And then let's throw Isa around him. Rare. Say Adele. Where's the rest of my main group at? Oh, for Teal. Here we go. That. And we also on this one put Stella here. Nair up here. Yoka over here. One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8. Can't remember who the other one is now. Who the fuck was it? Oh, Cram as an additional spellcaster. Right, and I've got to change my cabinet members. Fence Fortress. Where can I lay it out so it'll be? Could go there with it. Best probably. But I think you have to activate an ability to make it do a thing. It's not just a basic thing. Cabinet. Stella. Tyrant Velvetores. Air. Diesel's already on there. Guess we'll do Artina. It's All right, there we go. Okay. Now let's give it a shot.
Die! Huh!
Martial arts, meow! Phew! I shall elegantly be rid of you! Attack! Here I go!
Taste my justice! Yeah! Ha! I won't lose! Huh!
And oh, I forgot to upgrade Pram's abilities, but it'll be all right for now. Execute. Okay. Nice. Alright, so we're doing okay.
Yeah! I'm not gonna lose! Yeah! Yeah!
Oh god. Oh lord.
Power!
Are you okay?
Thank god damn, Stella. Okay. Let's spread the group out here. And Artina needs to stay back here. Here, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, see, somebody already died. I don't know who died. Somebody already died.
I'm not gonna lose.
Holy crap. Well, howdy there, Lost. How you doing this evening? Sorry, I was a bit... Oh my god, that was a lot of damage. But howdy there, Lost. I locked in for a second and I didn't see you there. You guys are sitting on 21k channel points. Nice, nice.
Yeah.
Use this. Also, let's go ahead and turn animations on. That way we can experience the greatness. You know what? He can be further away. He's at. Howdy, howdy. So, how's Lost doing today? What sort of catastrophic thing happened this time? We spent too much time stripping the front end of this car. Oh no. But I mean, at least it's done now, right? Should have probably done Braveheart. 13 straight hours? Jesus.
That's all.
That is insane, my dude. What happened to make it take so freaking long? Oh, come on, plein air. Not plein air. Ferrer, you got a hit. Shove Adele over here really quick. Fence. Okay, so we did a good chunk of damage. Luckily. Really don't want to risk the AoE though. that. 'Cause she's probably going to wipe somebody out. And that was only the engine? It's a Mercedes. Oh, God. Yeah, Mercedes are terrible for everything.
Ah! Ready for me?
That is so much damage. Holy shit. That... Actually, no. Not do that. I would rather do Catley Rave. Oh, it was a Measle. A Measle got freaking nuked. Alright.
Let's go.
Yeah, go Adele. Haven't even touched the transmission yet? Oh no. And let me guess, the transmission is buried in the middle of everything. Like, there's a bunch of shit under it, a bunch of shit around it.
Here I go. This is my best move. Ta! Tia! Rice omelet! Rice omelet! Tia! Rice omelet!
God
You're already dead.
damn it, Rutiel. Alright, well, she's gonna probably only wipe one character, so we should be fine. Then we gotta get the oil tank off and clean any leftover chunk of metal. Jeez. Alright. Time for the last push.
Here I go. There!
No, god. It. I just fucked up my last push. And we'll drop Big Cat. And we'll have Adele do Vulcan Blaze again. Alright, we might need to improve some people's accuracy. I love this car, but this car sucks. The last time I worked on a Mercedes, I almost told because it was a supervisor's car doing the oil change, and everything ended up taking so long on it because it just turned into a shit show. I told my supervisor to tell his boss that, like, because it was the boss's boss car. I told him, I was like, you tell him that if he brings this car back, it's gonna get lit on fire.
All together, please.
Please hit. Missed again. Okay, we gotta boost Ruthiel's hit rate. Or switch her out for somebody else. Except Adele also missed. Fuck. We definitely gotta boost some hit rates. Fucking hit rates are gonna murder me. Oh, don't hit Stella. Please don't hit Stella. Okay. I'm okay with Artina getting hit. Shit, that's not gonna work. Okay, there we go. Alright, Adele, I really need you to come through for me here, man.
Show you the strength of the elite. I bet your heart.
Okay.
I won't lose.
God damn it, Adele. Does she have a fucking thing? Really increases stats. Okay. Oh my god, I am so lucky. Like, she could have wiped out so many people with that ability. Activate Terra Star. Sad. What the fuck? Barely any damage. Oh? Why did she get to do that twice? Allows you to attack twice. Oh, that's why. Okay. Need to make better use of that. Glad our warehouse has 2 garage doors, because there's so many tools at the back entrance. Oh, Lord. Okay, we're down to our last 3 characters. Damn it, Adele. Fucking hit, please.
I won't lose.
God, why? Why do you keep missing?
Protect my family.
Like, you hit once earlier.
Here I go. I shall show you the strength of the elite. Take this.
Is it because I'm repeating moves?
I beg your
Alright, I'll be
pardon.
back. I'm gonna go eat. Alright, go get yourself some good food.
Here I go. This is my best
God
move.
damn it.
I'm not gonna lose.
Ow.
Summer greetings.
Damn it. Alright, we need to rework our team a little bit. The wife made some pizza for us. Pizza. Pizza's always a good choice. Alright, number one. Need my exoduses. I mean, it's not that big of a boost. Let's see here. Boost it by 1,000. Go ahead and give it a retry here.
Go to Hades. Ha!
Here I go.
Oh wait, whoops, I forgot. We gotta do that really quick. Graham, we need to level up your skills. You don't have a lot that we can level up with. might have to do some serious mana farming. Oh, right. Artina. Okay, that's one thing that do you also have some stat boost ones? Benric. Hit by 5%. That's increased 50% after. Okay, so hit her with a support skill. It should boost her stats. Gotta remember. That's increased for 1% for every 10 hours of Disgaea play. And it's a good one. There. Increase critical rate of. Gig on field stats increased by 20% of gig stats. So it might actually be. Okay. And some more work. Well, howdy there, Kai. How are you doing this evening? Hello, my sticky. Really sticky? I have a feeling you weren't going for sticky. But how you doing tonight, Kai? We are trying to beat Asagi right now. She managed to beat me, but I almost had her. Um, Accuracy rates are kind of screwing me at the moment. So we're gonna give it another shot.
Let me show you. Yeah.
Here I go.
And Weasel, you're gonna come over here because you got nuked last time. No, no, I meant sticky. Why? Oh, you're so close. Yes, yes, I am. So we're gonna be giving it the good old college try here.
Opportunity.
Here.
Here I go! Yeah! Ha!
How's the dupe farm been? So, I had gotten a full set, so I have 3 Exoduses that are fully stacked out with statisticians, and I've got enough extra ones to go ahead and fill out a weapon. So, the grind is good. I haven't reincarnated anyone yet. I wanted to try to make it as far as I can. And then if we hit another wall, which I'm fully expecting to happen, but we'll hit another wall, and then I'll reincarnate and start grinding people up that way. I'm hoping, because I boosted Artina's, a couple of Artina's support skills. So I'm hoping that we can, I'll make use of that, because the problem is we missed her several times. It doesn't help that she fucking gets a double magic change.
Coming.
Okay, that's way better. No one got nuked this time. Move some people in so we can get some heals.
Let's
think I need a more dedicated healer. So, I can spread everybody out real quick. I should. I don't want Tyrant Valvatoras to get fucking nuked. I'm gonna sacrifice for rare, hopefully. Now, have you tried a shaman? Just having them on the field lowers enemy stats by 5 or 10%. I have not. I hadn't grinded out any of the generic units, so I might add that to the repertoire. Just, yeah, her stats get ridiculous after she does that magic change. Okay, let's see what happens. God damn it. Salvatore's got nuked. Precisely what I didn't want to happen. Yeah, the range of her attacks are crazy too. You are not wrong about that. And howdy there, Ohm. I see you there. Thank you so much for letting me wet my whistle, bud. Get Rutiel up here. Really need to know what direction she's gonna go. I can figure that part of it out. I can kind of converge everybody else. Did I pick up the medic class DLC? Yeah, I picked up all the DLC. Alright. Rare, see what you can do. Fucking still missed, even with the boost. This run is definitely not going on. They have a skill that gives one character per turn a second turn. Oh, okay. Do this. Set these guys all here. Oh shit, nope, don't do that. Think I poisoned her and outlived her? Huh. That could potentially be an option. Execute this first. God damn it, Stella. Fucking misses. I know it's an off-game topic, but would you okay with talking about Pokemon? Yeah, sure. More than willing to talk about Pokemon. Finally, we had a fucking hit. Alright, come on, Adele. God damn it. Alright, this run ain't gonna be it. Alright, let's look at some other shit here. No entry, mighty enemy.
Yeah!
Cool. I'm teaching my BF Pokemon. We're going through Red together, and he's powering through everything with the Pikachu. Rocking all. Oh, God. That. How? Now, are we talking original red or fire red? Number one. But also, like, how is he powering? Because, like, fire red, okay. But still, like, Pikachu. Because, like, what? He gets quick attack. None of the fucking lightning shit works because of the ground types. Like, and there's no way he won off a fucking quick attack. I think he gets Slam, but Slam's not that fucking strong. Yeah, I genuinely need to know how. We've battled a few times and his Pikachu is my wall. Christ almighty. That is definitely... I would really like to know how the fuck this is happening. Now that I can sweep him, but Pikachu is still alive, I'm struggling. God damn. Do that also. We're going to go a little bit more on the offensive so these guys can't freaking screw with me as much. No entry bullshit is ticking me off too. That'll be worth it in the long run too. Okay, that'll only give them a couple of attacks. They're gonna actually do something. Wait a second, I think I know why. We're playing Pokemon in the mood. Oh, we're playing Poke MMO. Pikachu learns double. Oh my god. Yeah? So. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, that would do it. Pikachu learns double kick. It fucks Brock. He'll fuck on Misty. He can probably outpower Surge. Don't know how well, like, how far into it are you guys exactly? And I think in later games, Pikachu does learn double kick, so it's probably using. We just got our third badge. Okay. Okay, we weren't able to wipe these guys out as much as I was hoping. Alright, let's spread a bunch of guys out so that we can hopefully avoid some bullshit. Oh, we just got our third badge. Okay, okay.
Oh,
God damn it. Okay. He's building a poison stall team. He hates me. Oh, God. Have Adele come up here. Wipe him out. Boost Tyrant's attack power. Oh shit, she's probably gonna wipe both of them in one move. She's gonna use that parallel cannon, I bet. Oh no. Okay. You know what? I'm okay with this decision that she made. Who's my fave DLC unit? Hmm. I mean, so far, Tyrant Valvatores is proving just to be really fucking useful. But I think I'd have to say Stella, because she's been carrying the fuck out of me this game.
Yeah.
Even though she's not technically DLC, but she is only in the complete version. Jeez, okay, so even Tyrant's only got a 40% hit rate. That is what is really fucking me here.
Darkness, devour everything. Become my power.
Fucking miss. Thank you, Adele. Thank you. Finally, we got a fucking... You like these numbers? Yes. Yes, I do. God damn that parallel cannon ability. Even with the boost, it only gives it fucking 40%. Makes me wonder if there's something that I'm not seeing. Okay. That only did 60,000 damage. I'm trying still in... Okay. She steals a percentage of stats. Okay. I'll do that on the next run. Because... Well, I mean, we'll do it right now. Okay, kind of a weird decision on her part. Also, I hate that her magic change doesn't seem to be running out. Because that also makes this rougher than hell. Alright. I think we're also going to change the team up. T-Bar, ahoy, ye matey. Well, howdy there, Uncle. How are you doing? Okay, increases stats by 25%. Okay. So that, yes, that will be very handy. Yes, but we got Prague, exactly. Alright, time to switch the teams around, I think. We're gonna take Pereira out because she's not really helping a whole lot. But I think what I'm gonna do is Gig. Oh Lord. People are making friends apparently. Also, I think we're gonna bring Flan in instead of Pram. Nice naps so we gaming. Yeah. Gotta love them naps. Okay. Yeah, that'll just help overall. Oh shit. What was that? Oh, dude, can I ask you one of my dumb questions? I'm a dude anyway. Sure, go for it. Also, well, Artina's good support. Nisa seems to be doing quite a bit of damage. Need to highlight my message. What is a useless superpower? Like, are we talking about like basic conventional powers, or am I trying to make something absolutely, like, make up something absolute? Because this will change my answer. The ability to bend a fork with your mind? No, that's not useless because you can turn that into like you can turn that into a show. Like you could potentially make that, like, use that to make money, at least in the short term. And that's not counting if you like volunteer to let yourself be part of a study and potentially, so let's talk basic powers. Hmm. With that mindset, there is no useless power then? I mean, you're not wrong. Useless superpower, keeping it basic. I would say one of the things that would be, yeah, every power has its use in its own way, exactly. Um I don't know, one that's pointing out to me that I feel like would be useless would be like limited precognition. So like you might get a slight glance into the future with no context around what that is. Like I feel like that's a pretty basic power. And I would say that would be pretty useless because unless you can figure out more of the context around it, you wouldn't be able to do a whole lot with it. Like something so far ahead, but only for like 3 seconds. Yeah, like basically getting a screenshot of, say, like a ball flying through the air, and then that's it. Like you have no idea where the ball is flying through the air. You don't know if it's coming at you, if it's just around you. Like the limited amount of information, in my opinion, would just make it pretty much useless. Okay, while in the evil area, stats increase that. There's Gig on the field, stats increased by 20% of Gig's stats. Plus there's this, which might turn into a magic change potential. Plenaire. You know, I was kind of hoping Measle would be more useful than he is. Just because, like... But so far, he's kind of letting me down. Lumber, stun, charm. part of me wonders if this might be worth messing around with. Okay. On, do you have some mana? Long Flan. Yes, you have lots of mana. Okay. I might have Gig Magic Change Tyrant. Give him a big one. Gig and Disco are the best monsters for Magic Change, at least I think at least. I can probably agree with that sentiment. Need to switch some stuff in the campaign.
I will have a happy ending.
That. Alright, that means I also need to change Gig to a cabinet position. Oh, huh. Okay. Now let's give it a shot.
Ha!
You know what? Instead of having him do that, actually,
Let me
Wonder if I can pull this. Nope. Target height problem.
Go! Yeah!
And pull that off.
I'll show you!
I wish there was a way I could get up to these guys. Wipe them out. I don't think there's an option to. Because these no entry blocks are screwing me. So, I definitely have to bum rush with Stella, I think, because it's going to be the best way to be able to actually hit her. Okay. Of course you missed a measle.
Coming!
I'm not gonna I'm not gonna let
Yeah, I kind of expected all that to happen. Why I'm real glad I did this. See how much this does. Okay, a significant increase. Probably should have waited a turn though to do that. Really, Amizo? God fucking damn you. Alright, let's see what she does. Okay. Tyrant. Stella. Adele. Wait, hold on. Okay. Increases stats by 25% per adjacent unit, decreasing theirs by 25%. Okay, so it's 25 boosts for her and decreases hers by that. So let's do her here. No. Let's just do it this way. Gonna be the best chance. Oh, fuck. Well, I fucked up. By putting Valvatorez where I put him.
to protect my family. I'll show you my power. Go to Hades. Whee! That's
Damn. Okay. Only problem is I bet you she blasts both of these guys. Alright, let's see what the AI does. Oh? That was not the move I thought she was gonna make. But I'm gonna take it because that might have just given it to me. See, I would like to know how Adele goes from an 80% to a fucking 4%, even with the Stella boost happening. Stella is big carry? Yes, Stella was very big carry just now. Let's see here. Shit, that's gonna end up hitting Flan. So we'll move Flan over here. Have her do Great Flanzor X. Oh, not that part. Oh, okay, gotta be one more square. Actually, wait, what am I doing? Let's do this. Because that'll hopefully give me the boost I need. Okay, attacks from the front are weaker where side and back attack. Okay. Well, let's see what we can do. But sadly, I don't think... Well, hang on. Let's reset everybody really quick. I can move Tyrant here. Stella here. What? Who is this? Well, look who it is! Regulators, mount up! We got some black mages raiding on in. Howdy there, Kiora and gang. How the hell are all you guys doing? Let me get you a shout out. Alright, so let me go through the spiel here, which is howdy folks and welcome on into the show. My name's the Flying T-Bar C, and I am a variety Western streamer who plays all sorts of different stuff. Currently we're doing my Strategy segment where I fuck around and find out which strategy RPGs. But of course, I do play other stuff, mostly solo player stuff, but yeah, it's a good time over here. Of course, if any of you guys need a rated run, feel free to do so. But if you want to hang out with me while we bash our face into the wall that is Disgaea, you are more than welcome to. And for those of you who are watching me, go check out my friend Kiora. Kiora is a variety streamer. She plays all sorts of great older RPGs and games. Great taste in games. And of course, tonight she was playing Final Fantasy XIV. Tell me, Kiora, what were you guys doing in Final Fantasy tonight? What was you working on? What was you running? And then, howdy there, Princess Zombie. How the hell are you doing? Thank you for raiding on in with Kiora. It is much appreciated, as always. I never get to raid you. Yeah, it happens. I did the most recent Alliance raid. Okay, so you did the third one. The third walk. That one is something. I'm not a huge fan of it. It's not my favorite. But yeah, but it's got lots of good stuff indeed. Oh! Well, thank you there, Princess. Thanks so much for the follow. It is appreciated. And then the dungeon Mistwake. Mistwake's a pretty fun dungeon. I actually like Mistwake. It's pretty good. But yeah, nice. And thank you so much for the raid again. What else has you been playing there, Kiora? Like, what else you been going on with stream here lately? But anyways, you guys should totally go check Kiora out. Again, she's the greatest potato out there, which is saying a lot. I love the music and bosses, although I was shocked they didn't have the snake box. Is Beastmaster out yet? Not yet. So Beastmaster's supposed to come out in 7.56. So it's going to be the next, like, minor update that they do. President have the snake. Oh, snake boss. Bravo Migo. I don't know that much about 11, so I did not get most of the references in this one, but it was still a fun raid tier. To this day, I would probably say my favorite was the Evilise raids, because I got all the stuff on that. Oh, the giant snake boss in 9. Right. Okay, no, I remember that boss. Honestly, I'm kind of upset that we didn't get a fight of Black Waltz. Like, if there's any boss I had to pick that I regret not being able to fight in any of this tier, is a Black Waltz. But we still have time, eh? There's what, one more dungeon update before Evercold comes out? So maybe, but I have a feeling it ain't gonna happen. I would love to hang, but I'm going to call it a night. It was very nice to meet you, Flying Cowboy. And I wish you a wonderful stream. Well, thank you very kindly, Princess, and I hope you have yourself a good night. I hope so, too. How far are you on your relic stuff, though, Kiora? Oh no. About that. Oh, you're telling me everything I need to know right there. Alright, Adele, can I get you to the other side? Let's see here. I've barely gotten in that place. Well, luckily, so most of the relic is not based in Occult Crescent. Like, really, there's the Demi-Atmas that you... well, no, even the Demi-Atmas. Basically, every step has other options to do it outside of Occult Crescent. So, you can totally... like, not have to deal with the Cold Crescent. I did quite a bit in the first part of it, but I have not really done anything in the second part of Occult Crescent yet. Never set foot in Occult Crescent, and I've done my relic. Yeah, see, Uncle knows what's going on. Alright. Nope, that's not gonna work. Although, I could move Tyrant over here. And have Artina throw him so we can attack from over here. Now let's do that. It'll increase his hit chances. Off stream, I've been obsessed with Pal World. I've been debating getting it. Problem is most of my off-stream time goes to doing grinding so that I don't have to grind so much on stream. This is what I get for playing games that are grind heavy. Okay, 63% is way better. A way better hit chance. And we'll throw Great Flonzor X out because hopefully it helps. You did this to yourself, sir. Sorry. Well, Kai, it's not your fault that I ended up getting into Disgaea. I just finally gave it a chance. Number one, and I have not regretted it. And honestly, like, the grind was not bad in this one. And I know it gets easier the further into the series we get. Currently out of the list... Actually, I'm not in a bunch of super grind heavy games right now. So that's kind of nice. Like there's grind moments, but I don't have a lot of grind heavy stuff going right now. So that's going to be nice. Means I can focus more on 14 because I'm working on that final relic step. Okay. Yes. Yes, go Stella, go. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Stella. I'm gonna take my bed and get my laundry put away before sleep. Thank you for the welcomes. Of course, Kiora, and thank you so much for the raid again. I appreciate it.
Stop!
Yes! Oh, thank God. Oh. That was... we are not skipping the event.
So what do you say, Asagi? Do you understand who the main character of this universe is now?
There's still weird hearing Ragnar the Blood Edge in this game.
Fine, I get it. It seems like there's no place for me in this dimension either. I just wanted a place for myself. I was jealous of you guys for having a place that you can call your own. See ya. Sorry for all the trouble.
In that case, you can join my party.
Go, Valzy!
Val?
If you're jealous, if you want your own place, then stay with us.
But
That's a great idea. Becoming the main character isn't the only path to happiness.
Well,
But I only created a mess for you.
well, howdy there, Power. Well, I'm just gonna call you Alex. Howdy there, Alex. Thank you for coming on in with the raid. And thank you so much for the follow, my friend. I hope to see you around more often.
Well, it was a bit troublesome at times, but I rather enjoyed it.
I hope they fix her model. Saki joined the party while crying in a fit of joy.
Accepting even a character like this one. Of course, the size of Lord Val's heart is immeasurable.
Like, I hope she doesn't say pixelated. It's weird.
Well, now that you've become our ally, you're going to have to pay for all the trouble you've caused.
Huh?
Usually, I turn you into a prinny, but I have no prinny hide that would fit such a unique individual as yourself. So, I'll make you a special deal. How about making you my prinny instructor in training? I'll make you pay for all the confusion you brought upon this world by engraving the deepest traumas onto your soul.
Fucking Valvatorez. Oh my god.
Aw. Man, looks like that guy took all the glory in the end, Prince.
I don't mind letting him have it. For now.
Fucking Laharl. Oh, I love Laharl too. He's fucking hilarious.
Role plan for me in the future. There better be.
Me too! I want more screen time! I want to rampage around town with great Flonzor X! Rampage? Where's the love, Lady Flan? I want to do more volunteer work. What do you say, guys? Ready for a fundraiser?
No, Barrel, go away.
Wait, what about me? I think we should go ahead and start the great President Axel's Dark Hero Show!
Deska wants to take over Earth with Big Sis. No thanks. I want a cuter dream.
What? You're giving up on Earth domination?
This is just my dream thing is getting a bit old, you know?
What? But this is my dream. I am so not dead.
God damn it, Fuka. Just accept it.
These hopeless idiots. They've completely ruined Lord Valvatoris' grand finale.
Don't fret over it. This is just how they are.
Foolish, generous heart. As expected of you, Lord Valvatores.
Let's forget the formalities. Tonight, we're going to have a party to celebrate our success once again in saving the universe.
This is how the abnormal phenomenon, which may possibly become known as Mackay Wars, temp, years later, ended. As it engraved the accomplishments of Tyrant Valvatores, and the name
You
of
know,
the
what
unfortunate
do I
man
know?
forever into the history
Or
of
are you
memory.
making fun of dialogue? Okay. Whew. Making fun? Okay. Crap, I don't remember if I went over... Or no, like, this is technically final credits. So, let's go ahead and give my final thoughts on the game. Not done yet? Okay, well, is there another set of credits, though? Like, is there credits after the next part, or no? And no. Okay. So, since we have hit final credits, quote unquote, we're going to go ahead and go through that, which is, okay. Loads better than 3, number 1. This game is so much better than 3. Hands down, infinitely fucking better. Normally we break this type of this conversation down by storyline, which includes also world building, gameplay, and soundtrack. Characters also get wrapped up into storyline. Storyline wise, it is not better than 2. 2 has a little bit of a better story in my opinion, but it's a close second for sure. I like the fact that the characters do get serious. There's more serious moments in the overall the overall telling of the story, but it's still Disgaea and they still keep a lot of lighthearted stuff. Also, I feel like there's a better mesh of the party. Oh, it's the end? Yeah. Well, kind of. There's some more stuff to do. But as far as the actual, like, storyline stuff goes, we're at the end. So, back to what I was saying, though. I feel like the party meshes way better together in this one. I like every main character of the party. Not the only one who gets on my nerves is probably Axel, but he's Axel. And then, well, Fuka's whole, like, I'm not dead shtick gets kind of old by the end of the game. But at the same time, I like the fact that they stuck with it. So, I would say it's more positive than negative. So, I'm going to have to give this a solid... I'm going to give this story a solid 9. It's not perfect. But... And it largely has to do with the fact that they hint at this romance aspect of it, because I like a little bit of romance in my stuff. It makes certain stuff better. The fact that you still have Valvatores and Artina kind of dancing around the issue kind of ruins it for me. In 2, Adele gets the girl, which is peak. So there's that. So it's not perfect story, but it's a really good story. I've enjoyed this greatly. Gameplay. Gameplay wise, this is the best in my opinion. This has to do with the fact that there's the ranking shop from doing the weekly challenges. It makes the grind way easier. And I do like some of the more unique stuff, like the campaign HQ, having the buildings and stuff like that. Like, there was some interesting stuff there that they evolved from 3 with that made that kind of interesting. So I did enjoy that. So gameplay stuff overall, I very much enjoyed how this game ended up going. So I'm gonna give it a solid 8 because they took the stuff that I did like from 3 and made it better, and of course the ease of access. So solid stuff there. I think gameplay wise 5 is the best. Story wise 2 is my pick. So far I agree with you. 2 is still the best story wise. This has been the best gameplay wise so far. Just largely because they made the grind significantly easier. Which is nice. Like, I appreciate the grind, but the amount of time I had to put into the felony system in 2 is obscene. So I definitely enjoy this better. Soundtrack. Honestly, soundtrack I'm gonna give a solid 7. The bass song that you end up hearing for a significant part of the game is very, very good. I also like the opening theme song and this one. And the unique fights tended to have some really good songs. But the general gameplay soundtrack was not anything that was like super holy shit great. So that is just something that is there and exists. So overall, we have a 9 for story, we have an 8 for gameplay, we have a 7 on soundtrack. So I'm going to average it out and give this guy a solid 8. There were certain things I did not like, or that weren't bad. I just didn't get too into it in certain aspects. So it's got room for improvement, but it was still really, really fun. Alright, they've got a Soggy level 1500. So I'll probably grind her out really quick because it won't take very long with the full setup. Let's see what skills and stuff she can learn. Movement type becomes flying type. Ooh. Well, that's interesting. Dead or alive, normal attack crit rate becomes 100% for both sides. That's interesting. I kind of like that. Also, we do have more cheat shop stuff now. Go ahead and do... God damn it. Damn it. There we go. 300 and 300. Money I'm doing fine on right now, so that's no big deal. New party looking for more members. Now who's popping up? Miracle Heroine. Okay, guess we're getting ourselves another character, guys. There you are. Oh, wait, is this who I think it is? No, it can't be Marjolie. Marjolie's not a heroine. Bro, you're doing this on Tony Stark. Oh no, you're right. I guess we'll find out how terrible this is gonna be. Who's there? That voice sounds familiar. Who are you? Reveal yourself. Oh! It's Asagi! Are you? Yes, I'm Asagi NT. You can just call me New Asagi. I've been reborn through new technology. I finally get to ride the new trend wave. New Asagi. We're the same Asagi, yet we're so different. You're just so awesome. Wait a minute. Hold on. Are you telling me I just did the Asagi fight on 20? Because I didn't even realize I was doing that. No wonder that fight was so fucking hard. God damn it. Somebody can clip that realization if they want. But anyways, so you picked the hardest way to clear endgame. Apparently, yes, apparently I did. And didn't even realize that I did it. And cleared, yeah. What can I say? I guess I am something of a gamer. Well, you're awesome too, Asagi. New Asagi, you say? New technology? Does that make her better than Desco? She looks about the same as us. Yeah, she just finally caught up with the rest of us. Huh? Did you really come here for an interview? The interview was just an excuse. I'm not interested in the position at all. I only did this to get closer to Tyrant Valvatores. How do you know my name? Why wouldn't I? All of the Asagis in this world are me. It's not that surprising, so what do you think? Aren't I cool? Yes, you're so cool, new Asagi. Nesco's starting to get confused about which Asagi is talking. Now fight me, Tyrant Valvatores. I'll show you the pain and struggle that Asagi had to endure all this time. This seems more like a personal issue than a new technology kind of thing to me. Plus, what does Valzy have to do with any of it? Who cares about that? Let's just fight. Alright. Oh, gig. Where'd Gig go?
Here I go!
Bye.
I'll show you my power!
If she survives this, I'll be amazed. Ooh, got a new sword. Yep, that's skipping the event. I lost again. No, the new Asagi. No matter how high-tech she gets, her power stays the same. Even though I lost just now, I'm not gonna give up, because I'm new Asagi. I'm still going for the position of main character, Tyrant Valvatores. I'll take it from you someday. And then I'll make my grand entrance as the main character of a new game. That's the spirit. Bring it on anytime. Don't forget you said that. I'll come after you anytime, even when you're asleep. New Asagi, I'll be here to support you. Protect my lord's back, whether he's awake or asleep. She got totally beat, but she's not running away. She's got some nerve. We could learn a thing or two from her desperateness. Well, if you can pull off a 20-star win, you can clear the last few stages with less trouble. Nice. That's going to be wonderful. I wish her luck. I feel kind of close to her. Yeah, but you were always running away. Shut up, I had my reasons. And Measle has been through a lot. Soggy NT has joined the party as Valvatore's assassin. Proved a bill to switch between old Asagi and new Asagi. Okay. I'm getting really motivated now. I can feel the release of Makai Wars right around the corner. Let's do our best, other me. Yes, to become the main character. Alright, we gotta go past this bill. I want their new version. Witness a historical spectacle. Well, first we're going to go ahead and do this. Screw you, shitheads. Make a note of Makai Wars. So I do know about Makai Wars. I don't know if I'll play it or not, but I do know about it. Oh, do I have to do it as Asagi? Indie experience. Okay, so I'm gonna have to level her up. That should give her enough mana, and then we'll be good.
Come with me.
Oh, damn it. I didn't mean to click that button. Experience the historical masterpiece. If it doesn't work this time, ta-da! Okay. Planair, you're gonna have to ditch your gun for a second. Also, who's wearing my Exodus's? Skills. Damn. Really wish I had enough for Dark Filament. Magic shot should be enough, though, at least for the shenanigans I'm getting ready to do. Let's see here. Thinking. Right, that's what else I need to do. Fenric's ability. Yep, merciful attack. Are you going for ball? So yes, we are going to attempt ball. So we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. Question is, how do I unlock ball? So, because that determines it actually. Because if I have to do a bunch of BS, I don't know if we'll go for ball or not. You have to do the last few fights? Okay. So yeah, no, we'll go for ball then.
You're back.
I got it!
Now we'll pull Flawn in so she can heal really quick. They're just bills to pass, but I would totally recommend building a thief. These bosses have gear you can only get from them, and they're rank 40 items. I can do that. I can definitely do that. Is Asagi the last character we can get? Is another question. No? Okay. Good to know. You're gonna go there like that.
My
You can get one more that isn't locked behind DLC. Okay. Don't tell me who it is, but tell me how. Like, is it just by doing the fights? And there we go. Boom! Asagi's 99. Fights. Okay. 10-4, buddy. 10-4. Dude, I have a request one of these days. What would your request be? Just have Val finish this off. I need you to go back to Disgaea too so I can see your reaction to a boss. Maybe. Probably ain't gonna happen for a long while though. Okay, now we have to have Asagi do the thing. You don't have to fight him. I just want to see. I just want you to see the cutscenes. To be honest, because you sent you a YouTube link. Maybe one of these days. Maybe one of these days. Probably not tonight, though. Like, I think I'd rather do it on the game itself, just so that it's easier to stream. So I'm not watching someone else's YouTube video, because that might. I don't think it would get me in trouble, but it might get me in trouble if someone wants to make a deal out of it. So, yeah.
Are you
Well, I mean,
ready?
then again, it would just be a reaction video, so I don't know. But probably not tonight. In the vote. Fair. Yeah. I'll fucking bribe you. Fucking in the asses. Yay, so now we have a soggy normalish. Oh, you've got to be fucking shitting me. That's irritating. That is super fucking irritating. That actually kind of pisses me off. Alright, but she's got better abilities, so there's that. But will make him so mad. However, I want her to get more mana, so we're actually going to do this. Yeah, let's do that, because we have to run the map once or twice. That's not a big deal. Not like it's going to take us very long.
I've got your back.
God damn it, I didn't mean to do that. Also, who else? Or is I gonna throw some fucking shit on? Who else was I gonna give some mana to? May as well use this to feed it. Dude, it's hard to level up my wrestling game when I've beaten the story mode 6 times already. I mean, that's fair, Lost. That's very fair. Have you done one as a complete joke character? Like the freaking Christmas tree monster that Cain was before he became Cain? Who else? I want to give some mana to. Actually, yes. Let's give Gig mana. Hmm. Yeah, let's give some to Flan too. There we go. Foreign Minister. Screw you all you little low-level punk asses.
I can do anything in chocolate.
Oh, I didn't mean to click the button.
Hey! Hey!
And score. Alright, take 2 of training.
What?
Fiber of my being.
Okay, that is a dope freaking animation. Oh, geez. Alright, well, we'll let her get a bunch of mana this time, then we'll change it up. Oh, she doesn't have the... Alright, hold on. Wait a tick. As for what game, Kai, I think he's... I don't remember which WWE game, but it is a WWE game. Oh, you've got to be shitting me again. Oh, please. Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. You know what? Nope. I'm not wasting time with this. She should keep her gear on her. She freaking better. Hopefully she kept all of her freaking mana and stuff too. Oh, thank God.
Come, Fenric.
Flick, hello, new here. Never played a Disgaea game before, dude. Apologies, I was talking as a Prinny. Say, if you know what a Prinny is, you had to have played a Disgaea game before. I have to go, though. I'll chat with you later. Have a good stream. Well, thank you, Kai, and thanks for hanging out with me tonight. I appreciate it, my friend. Hope you have yourself a good rest of the night. Not played a Disgaea game completely. Oh, okay. Well then, welcome on in. I hope you enjoy yourself. But Disgaea is the name of the game tonight, and we are, we're doing a little bit of grindage right now. So as far as the story mode post game, we've already done it, but we have some other stuff that we're doing. I just have to catch this character up with everybody else. Luckily, it shouldn't take me very long. There we go. That's better. That is much better. Where's my flan? Flicked, I've got a question for you. What Disgaea games have you attempted to play? Okay, here we go. Oh, number one. Heal Asaki up again. Number two, we start throwing people. There we go. Perfect. Let's see. Oh, how much mana does she have? 2 million? Yep, that's good. Good enough for me. Oh, what's the new theme? New theme. This equipment might be a thing. Innocence subdued. Ugh. One more time through the training BS. Aw. Almost there. Almost. Tyrant. Oh fuck, I threw it to the wrong spot. Damn it. I mean, overall, it shouldn't end up being an issue anyways. There we go. Slash. Intern. Now let's go learn a bunch of shit with Asagi. All right, there we go. There we go. Saved the game. Finger X. Uh-oh. Hey, is that... What, do you know that's Prinny or something? Yes, he's not the kind of Prinny you know. He's Pringer X, the arch enemy of Great Flonzor X, according to Lady Fawn. Oh, what? Is he a robot too? Now that you mention it, Desco senses something different emanating from him when compared to normal Prinnies. Must discipline this crass robot for strutting around in front of Lord Val like this. So, what are we gonna do? Ugh. Doesn't matter if this thing is a robot or not. As long as it's in the form of Prinny, it must follow the Prinny rules. Prinny rule number 1. Shall always include the word dude in every line you say. Oh.
It's my turn.
I'm going to try to do this with our team. Satan Force, Prinny Suit, or Cape, El Vernier. Definitely want the Prinny Suit. Maybe the Satan Force? I could probably live without the Satan. Definitely want this. Big fucking combo. What? Nullifies the first damage received every turn. Oh, you little jackat. Okay, that wasn't the worst.
Let's go.
Let's see here.
You'll be.
All right, now we do this.
I'll show you my power.
Go to Hades!
Yes, go to Hades.
Stop!
All right, so we're gonna cross the billion mark, hopefully. Nice. Okay. And once again, we'll do the same thing. We're also going to do this. And turn.
Up a tick.
I'll show you my power. Die.
Eh, maybe I should have freaking stolen that too.
To protect my family.
I would.
Just skipping the event. Victory! Now, pretty rule number 1. Shall always include the word dude in every line you say. Answer. Pretty rule number 1. Shall always include the word dude in every line you say. It's a robot. It probably can't even talk. Rule number 1. Shall always include the word dude in every line you say. This is stupid. I'm out of here. Disco 2. Good luck, Mr. Vampire. Hour later. Rule number 1. You shall always include the word dude in every line you say. I'm not repeating this line every time. Exchange is said to have continued for another 10 hours. Challenge the badass Overlord. Okay. Let's see. And we can keep going for a little bit longer. Fenric, time to make use of your obscene amount of freaking stuff. Oh, damn it. I didn't mean to click that button. Did save right before this, so... Hey, Chief. Well, howdy there, Gravy. How are you doing this evening? Hope things are going well, friend. You're up pretty late tonight. How was your day? How's things going? It's fine. So, Gravy, we had managed to get Asagi and all of her coolness. Invasion of the badass Overlord. This powerful evil aura. What Val could this be? There's no doubt. There's only one man in the universe with this much power. Overlord Zeta! The badass freaking Overlord Zeta! Oh yeah, I'm the best. What is this? Does he think he's the best or something? You idiot! That's Overlord Zeta. He's the Overlord of all Overlords. You got that right. I'm the most powerful Overlord in the universe. I heard about some vivacious demon who even rebelled against God in its neighbor Netherworld. I've come all the way from another dimension to see him for myself. Well, sorry for the trouble. Seems like the most powerful Overlord in the universe has a lot of time on his hands. True, it's difficult to find an opponent who can match my strength. I'm bored out of my mind. Sorry to hear that. I'll gladly challenge you to a match. Must be one of those guys who's obsessed with power. Self. Excellent. This should be exciting. Show me what you've got. Here goes. It's been a while since I felt my blood boil. Thus, the battle of the strongest began. Attack is, okay. Okay. Yoshisuna. Barefoot Egg. Akai Wolf.
Up a tip. It's here I
Oh, that's a really powerful sword. That's a really powerful item. Eh. Alright. I'm gonna double check something really quick because I feel like I need to steal some of the other items that last fight. The Propel Vernier. That weapon I feel like I should probably get my hand. Yeah, but then again, it's not like I'm using monsters that much. So, never mind on. Oops, I accidentally muted Twitch. You're good, Gravy. All I was asking was how you were doing this evening and all that fun stuff. Okay. Oh god, there's actually a lot of stuff still left to do. If we want to go ahead and do all that, but at the same time, so we'll go ahead and keep going here. Okay. But we're definitely gonna steal the Makai. Fine. Fell asleep after dinner and just woke up. How are you? I'm doing good. Um, we managed to beat the map that had a Soggy. So we've now got a Soggy. And we're gonna keep bursting our way through stuff. Because I forgot that there's all these DLC episodes. So we still have at least another stream worth of content left. So we're just going to keep doing stuff here. But holy shit, we got another raid coming in. Mount up, regulators. It's time for us to fight off the assassinos. Howdy there, Lyra and gang. Let me go ahead and get you a shout out. So for those of you who don't know me from Lyra's streams, which I'm pretty sure there's not many of you, but I'm the Flying T-Bar-C. I'm a Western PNG tuber who plays all sorts of different games. Currently, we're doing my Strategy segment where I fuck around and find out which strategy RPG games. Currently, we are in the post game of oh hell, we got another raid. Mount up, regulators. We got ourselves yet another raid coming in. Time we also have to fight off a timeless traveler, apparently. Howdy there, Abris and gang. How the hell are you guys? Let me go ahead and get you a shout out as well here. We're here to hang us. Don't mind us. Keep being cute. So, for those of you who don't know me from... I'm just going to start the spiel over. Those of you who don't know me from Abris and Lyra streams, because I saw you guys were collabing tonight. I am the Flying T-Bar-C. I'm a Western PNG tuber who plays all sorts of different games. Currently, we're doing my Strategy segment where I fuck around and find out with strategy RPG games. We are in the post game where it's mostly just bonus extra fights and getting good equipment and all that type of fun stuff. And yeah, for those of you guys who were watching me, totally go check out Lyra and Abris. Lyra and the Assassinos are a great community. She plays all sorts of different games. She does lots of Soulborn stuff, and just all sorts of different genres. But she's a lot of fun to hang out with. And Abris, on the other hand, while he is an elusive prey to catch, when you can catch him, you can catch him playing some really interesting games like Phantasy Star Online, carrying people throughout Elden Ring, or sometimes being a voice actor in Phoenix Wright. So yeah, welcome on in, guys. For those of you who for those of you guys who rated in, I hope you guys are doing well. If you need a rated run, by all means, feel free to do so. If not, you're totally welcome to hang out with me while we do stuff. Alright, so let me go through everybody here. Howdy there, Austin. How are you doing this evening? Tabby, great to see you as always. Theo, welcome on in, Theo. Hope you enjoy yourself tonight. You're the first time I think I've seen you, so how you doing? Abris, of course, it is wonderful to see you. Alec Fish, how you doing, Alec? Fell, my buddy, my man, how are you? Too Kind Bar, hope you're doing well, my friend. I'm doing pretty alright, Abris. Been doing a lot of fun stuff. We've made a lot of progress tonight, even though we've only done a couple fights, but we've made a lot of progress in those fights, so it's all good times. Knowing of what, the Phoenix Wright stuff, I'm doing great. Well, glad you're doing good, Theo. And yeah, I call it, so Lyra every now and then does a quote-unquote voice acting collab with the same group of people if they're able to get schedules on track. And over there, if you want to watch some wild times, you should totally... I'm going to shout her out on this because honestly, watching these guys do the Phoenix Wright stuff is fucking hilarious. Like, I have laughed so fucking hard I have cried from watching these guys. But it's Lyra, Abris, Adamine, Boyle, and sometimes Alexandria Oswell. Watching them go through those Phoenix Wright games is absolutely hilarious, so totally go check out that whole gang. But alright, so we are going to go ahead and get back on into what we're doing, though, which is some more Disgaea 4. For those of you who have played Disgaea before, tell me, what games have you played? What games were your favorite? And who's your favorite character? The only thing I ask is anything that is after 4, try to keep spoilers to yourself. Alright. We're definitely going to steal the Makai War item. You know what? I'm going to go buy a couple regular hands and see what the numbers look like. Ace Attorney is one of the many playthroughs I've watched and adored. To say, it can definitely be a blast. That is for sure. Especially when you get the right kind of people doing it. Oh, speaking of which, since I've got Abris here, Abris, what else have you been playing lately, my friend? And also, how was Elden Ring? How did you guys do with Elden Ring tonight? Alright, we got some regular bandit hands. We've got the guaranteed bandit hands. These we don't want to accidentally get rid of. Alright, let's go try to take on Zeta now. I have a distinct feeling that this is going to be a rough fucking fight. Of course, I still have the option to lower the difficulty if I need to. So that's also something. Issa up here is a sacrifice. All right, I'm gonna get some sleep. I'm a little tired. Have a good rest of stream. Nice to meet you. Well, number one, Theo, thank you so much for the follow and joining on in the regulators. And I hope you have yourself a good night as well. Okay, let's watch just how stupidly overpowered this. Okay. Of all the opening moves, I was not expecting that. Like, I was expecting to lead off with the big move and some of the wildness that they always pull off. Definitely want this. Ah, we missed. Alright, we stole the Makai Wars. That's good. That's good. I want to steal that sword from him too. So... So if we can do that... Missed. Missed again. Got the really important item, but like I said, sword is... God damn it. Alright, listen here, jackass. Let's do this.
That was good.
You jackass. Alright, here's the hoping he doesn't obliterate us. Alright. Again, was not expecting that. Nice, we got it. Fuck it. Let's just keep going for other stuff that he's got. Alright, let's see what kind of damage we can potentially do. Alright, not bad damage. Actually, pretty solid damage. Oh, come on, Stella. Alright, I mean, it's not terrible damage, but we definitely be pumping out more damage. And that's what I was worried about. Ow.
Darkness, devour everything!
If this hits, it should heal. Okay. Alright, we are making... Oh, shit. Okay. I really have to avoid basically setting up his move.
Let's go.
Get. Here
Alright, so we gotta do the steals again. Alright, Bar, I'm gonna get some rest. You enjoy the rest of your night? Of course, Avarice, and thank you so much for the raid once again. It was good seeing you. It was good seeing you, Pard. I think the only reason I had those steal chances was because of Stella. Not. How'd we go from 50% to 0? Okay, so we got the Makai Wars. That's important. Okay, we got that.
Oh,
Since it's going to take us a hot minute to kill him, go ahead and start popping off attacks also. Oh, okay. It's facing. That's what.
There!
Intern. Damn it, Adele, you're not supposed to miss. Wait, got it. Now we can just let everybody down. Execute. And we Put Stella back down here. End my turn. It's a pleasure as always, of course. People are stopped. You're making me blush. I don't know what I did, Uncle. Here. Move her away because I can do this. Come up here. I can do that. Alright. Execute. It hasn't enough. Well, I can't exactly stop that one from happening.
I'll show you.
There we go. And not a super great bunch of items. Fuck it, we're taking the GTR out. I was notified of a secret car meet. We up and out, baby. Woo! Well, all I'm gonna say, Lost, is I hope you have yourself a good time. And please, come home in one piece. Oh, trust me, I will. I don't know if my tires or exhaust pipe will. Well, I guess that's all I can ask for. All right. let it rip.
Here.
I'll show you my power.
We shooting flames and doing burnouts. Nice, nice. Adios, amigos. Adios, my friend. Oh, do I try to end it? Could try to end it. Nice. He's done it! He won! Man, he defeated Zeta! The most powerful overlord in the universe before drinking any human blood? What should we do with this stubborn man? Mr. Weirdo. Haha! Now I can claim the title of strongest in the universe. Oh no, the title is Disgaea's. Disgaea can't let anyone have it, not even you, big sis. Fools, this great victory belongs to Lord Valvatores. Of course, the title also belongs to... No, this victory isn't just mine. It belongs to all of us. I wouldn't be here if I had to do all this by myself, and without my powers. The man who supported me and never gave up on me, but after I lost my powers, Fenric. Girl who overcame various hardships with unbelievable strength for a human, Luca. The final boss who possesses more strength than any other final boss in the world, Disgaea. The boy who surpassed his father and obtained the power to become the Netherworld president, Emizel. And you, Atina. Yeah. Hey, what do you mean, yeah? I deserve to hear more than that. So you see, Overlord Zeta, this victory doesn't belong solely to me. The title of strongest in the universe will continue to belong to you, Overlord Zeta. Huh. You win, Tyrant Valvatores. For power, a heart that believes in your ally. It's a complete loss for me. This time. This time? Yes, I accept you as my rival. I found something to look forward to in this boring universe. Thank you for that, Valvatore. Overlord Zeta joined the party as a rival without anyone's consent. But you're joining us? Of course. At least this will keep me busy. First battle of the strongest had ended. When is the second one going to happen? God knows. Oh! I might make him a sword unit. Let's see what he can learn. Ultimate power. Strongest body. Okay. Or a spear unit, I mean. Make him a spear unit. I don't have anybody with a spear yet. 1, 2, 6. Based off his abilities, he's supposed to be a sword user. Uh-oh. Now, what equipment did he come with? Bondite, Gilgamesh. Alright, some pretty decent stuff. New warehouse. New warehouse. Definitely to warehouse. And we're going to be able to make some really good stuff. Off stream, I am going to be doing some serious duplication. Which, for those of you who don't know, that's what this is for. I use it to duplicate items. Alright, so we're going to unlock the next map, take a look at it. Oh, it's already there. We're going to see what items are available. Finger X roar. Oh. Oh. Holy shit. We're going to be doing a lot of stealing. Tina, get behind him. See what our steal chances are. Alright, 50%. Yeah, we're definitely going to steal the crowbar. I already have one Mackai's War, and I can duplicate it. Super mech suit might be a really good idea. And the Arcadia is going to be a brilliant idea. I can equip everybody with one of the Makai Wars, one of the Arcadia. Cheat shop. Take a look at it really. Alrighty though, gang. So we are gonna go ahead and call it a night though. Because it's getting kind of late and we've did a good 4.5 hour session tonight. So I call it pretty solid, all things considered. Um, I gotta say thank you all for tuning into the Flying T-Bar-C this evening. I really appreciate you guys' viewership. Whether you were chatting or whether you were lurking, I appreciate all y'all all the same. I gotta say huge shout out to Fiora, Vera, and Abris for all you guys raiding in tonight. You made my fucking night. Absolutely made my night. So I was super happy to see you guys. And for all of you new regulators, I hope to see you around next time. Good night, Team C. Good night, Gravy. Hope you have yourself a good night. So for those of you who don't know, I will be back tomorrow with more Saga Sunday, where we're playing through a saga of a series. Going through the Legend of Heroes Trails in the Sky, aka the Trail series. We'll be playing more of the first Trails in the Sky. I think it's going to just be mostly story progress, so long as I don't get too terribly far along, because we are at a quote-unquote grinding opportunity. So I might do some of that, but that'll be more of an off-stream thing. So we'll see how the rest of the story and stuff goes for that, for what we're doing right now. Of course, don't forget to go check out all the other socials, guys. YouTube, TikTok, Twitter, Blue Sky, Ko-Fi, and Throne. YouTube and TikTok, thanks for the stream and hope you get lots of reds. Well, Anna, hi there. Thank you so much for coming in and watching for a little bit. It was good to see you. So YouTube and TikTok are archive VODs and highlights / shorts. Twitter and Blue Sky are any and all announcements involved in the stream. And Ko-Fi and Throne is support outside the stream. But I do have a rule about that, which is, hey, make sure y'all are taking care of yourself before you try taking care of me, folks. For those of you who are part of the regulators, we are going to be raiding out this evening, and feel free to copy and paste the raid message. As for who we're going to raid out to... Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger by the toe. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, and... Oh. Okay. So, we're actually going to raid out to a random person because there's some Disgaea love going on. Looks like they're playing Disgaea 4, A Promise Unforgotten. Same game we're playing. I don't know if it's the complete version or not. But it's Seichi Sin. Looks like they're a Fox Team VTuber. And we're going to go ahead and head on over yonder that direction. But I like to raid out to people who play the same games that I do. So we're going to go ahead and head on that way. So, with that raid timer now started, as always, folks, make sure you guys enjoy yourself some good food, some great drinks, even better company. And I'll see y'all on the flip side. Happy trails, folks.